Alarm. Metula.
ما نمت ضليت نوم.
تصدق بقى تعمل له مش عملت فيه. انت خبرني اليوم مش قادر فيه. انت خبرني اليوم مش قادر اقوم.
بلغ السير
مش قادر فيه.
بلغ السير فيه
ولا انا ولا بالعكس مش قادر فيه. ولا كلمات
هذا
شوف الأماكن
قرب على الفاي قرب على الفاي إلا نقاش معك طويل من امبارح. قرب على الفاي قرب يا لا اللي حدك كمان لك هرب ورا وانا هربت. تعال الصين اليوم بدأت الله امبارح
في السنين الاوليه مثلا هون هلا الكبسين هون بيشدوا عليها قصدي هون بيشدوا لهون هذا شو شد يعني انت بتحطك وهيك لا في اثنين نزل عليه قد ما فايدة لا يشد عليها طب ليش هو اللي تحت؟ فيناش نستغني عنه تحت يصير فوق اكثر جرب يمكن يفوت هذا صح نلغي واحدة يصير يفوت السن اكثر تمسك اكثر قصدي فهمت عليك واحدة اثنين واحدة بالكاميرا واحدة بالجهاز بس بعطيك بكفي هي كم سنة هلا إذا جاب واحدة جديدة يكون معها إذا جاب واحدة ولا هي لحالك مش عم بيركبش كيف قطع صغير على بعضه لا هو مدخل وجوده شوي خلص كده يعني شوي ضيق عشان فوق ايدك
was very useful. Been years and I used to take it. Even now, for 4 years I didn't have any problems and I kept the problem. I get it very bad. When I was using fires came in, they don't stop to make it, and you're not going to keep the virus. You're not going to heal from the virus, it's infected. The virus is living. It's here, then we go to the virus. We'll not make it live here, what we want to do, and kill the virus. The virus is like the virus will die here, will never pass. That's why I didn't get the virus. I made the many tests and they are okay. I didn't. It's a very active way not to heal from the virus when you get virus, but that you from getting virus. black film that covers inside the liner, black film, black liner, covers it. When the land was off, you can try it. Try it yourself. That light is off, we should have electricity. Because it's electricity from a motor, not from the real electricity from the government. No. From motor, yeah. No, not here. The motor that gives the whole area. Big one. I paid to get electricity from it.
I think so.
Yeah. Not a lot. You turn it on when the electricity is off.
Okay.
Now it's okay.
Now it's okay.
حتى من فوق حرارة. إذا مش عم يشتغل في بلد مش عم يشتغل. اسمع كمان بتصل بضغط بس إلا تعرف حديد. هي جاية حرام تقلب 4 حلات.
يلا ماشي الحال كيفك انت؟ بس يعني نمشي، بدنا نمشي، ما بعرف كنا عم نحكي الساعة 8 بس كان عم يحكيني طراف، فكرت طراف بده يطلع من البلد، حنطلع 2. طيب اوكي. بدنا نروح ورا آلك، بدك انت بتعرفوا وين آلك تروح وراه وتجي ولا عندي علي؟ ماشي. نحن كنا قايلين بين 8 من منطقة 8 هون ببعبدا وبنروح ورا، بدنا نلاقي آلك بس بدنا نروح نجيبه، بس أنا السؤال إنه هو بفرن الشباك، مش أفضل إن أنت تجيبه وتطلع لك؟ هلا أنا يعني فينا ننزل على فرن الشباك نرجع نطلع على طيب أوكي هيك رح يدقوا لي هلا عشان عندي لايف، برجع إذا بدك بحكيك، بس مبدئيا 8. أوكي طيب إذا الله إن شاء الله. طيب يلا سلام.
لا لا اللي وراها.
Hello?
فيش أكلون قاموا
صافي فينا. ورا يشيلوا
Okay, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Testing.
والله تخيل.
اثنين حط لي على الشمعة اللبنانية برضه قبل.
Okay.
خلينا نشوف شو هي.
Okay, sure.
هذا اللي هناك
الأبيض
في طلع عندهم شيء مباشر فراح ياخذونا شوي.
اللي ورا
مش حدا غريب، ممثلة لبنان
انا
بأمم
بحكي اللي
المتحدة.
واحد عم ياخذ جديد.
لا لا لا الجو شو
تقدر درس الانجليزي؟ تقدر درس؟
ده
درس؟
Yes, вчера я видел, здесь налево, еще налево ты увидишь ее. Там, да, там. Хорошо, хорошо. Ты видишь, а я нет.
شفت وين البناية؟
нет, ده نحن مشانا
بس البناية
اللي قصدك عليها وين؟
ابيض كبير خيط ابيض كبير الى مدخل الشارع
هيدا؟
لا
هيدا؟
لا بعد 5 جنيه وين تبقى بالخطابة الصخر ولا بعضه
شو دير؟ شو هالدراي؟ أنا قشطة.
فوق الأرض.
ايه هيدا المبنى هيدا هيدا جمعي هيدا حيط الأولاد يا ضوء
سلام، كيفك؟
الو هلا والله قول لي على الهواء
الضوء خلفه هيك كثير مبين هيدي المكتبة لا هذا لا هذا دمشق الخزان
لا قدامك
الخزان قدامك
الله بعرف كيفك
هلا هلا كيف اخبارك من النهار؟
هلا بالرئيس هذا
هلا 4 شهور التصوير الاول
بيقولوا صاروا 9 حارة صيدا؟
طبعا على احمد محبي
ايوه
أحمد محبة مش بحارة صيدا، هو بقلب صيدا. هو بقلب صيدا. أنا رايح الاستيطان.
زي على اليمين
وسع ظبطها بعدين
وراها ورا الزبون ورا هذا الشيء الاسود خلص ما بقى
Well, it seems we have a new massacre actually in South Lebanon this time. This in the city of Sidon, the same neighborhood basically that was targeted earlier and led to, of course, a very high number of martyrs among these civilians. Now we have what seems to be a new massacre. At least 9 people have been killed by this Israeli strike. We're also looking at the fact that there's still more people under the rubble. There's a call by the local authorities for more efforts when it comes to the rescue efforts to help lift the rubble. Perhaps there are still survivors underneath those buildings. There was actually one apartment building that was targeted, but that led to damages in the surrounding buildings as well, and that has raised, of course, the casualties in that area. Specifically, 9 martyrs so far are the result of this attacks, and this comes after, of course, a very bloody night in the Bekaa region. And here we're talking about more than 11 different strikes on different houses and residential buildings that have led so far, based on the reports of the Lebanese Ministry of Health, 67 martyrs, and there are concerns that the number of martyrs could increase because of the fact that we have many who are injured in very critical condition, and of course the number of children is not clear how many, but we have a very big number of children that were also killed as a result of those attacks in the Bekaa region. We also know that there were children in those residential buildings that were targeted by the Israelis in Sidon as well. Of course, in addition to this attacks, there are very sporadic attacks throughout South Lebanon and the Bekaa region, whether the western Bekaa or the northern Bekaa, and in addition to the continuous attacks and the destruction in the border towns as well. But of course, Hezbollah has declared that they continue to be present in those border towns. We know that the last operation that was conducted by Hezbollah's resistance was targeting a group of Israeli soldiers that were very close to the vicinity of the edges, actually, the outskirts of the Kfar Killa town, and they said that they were able to make direct hits on that Israeli force. This is in addition to the focus today, seemingly from the city of Khiam. We know that the Israelis seem to have begun a new attempt to enter the lands in that area, especially a hill called Al-Hamamas hill, which is in Khiam specifically. Hezbollah said they targeted the Israeli forces in that area at least 4 times, in addition to targeting a Merkava tank, and they said that they were able to see it in flames, on fire, and the fact that they were able to know that there were direct casualties, and they left scores of Israeli soldiers either killed or wounded in that tank specifically. This is in addition to the fact that Hezbollah has launched various attacks on specifically focusing on the Israeli forces in several settlements, specifically Zar'id was targeted 2 times. You also had Duviv as well as Yar'um and Capri. These are some of the Israeli forces, some of the settlements where Israeli forces were targeted as well. But Hezbollah has also launched a barrage of rockets towards the settlement of Kiryat Shmona. We had said earlier that Hezbollah issued warnings to all the settlers who remain in that city. And here we're not just talking about a small kibbutz. This is a large area where there are various other kibbutz within that city, the city of Kiryat Shmona, which is being used, of course, by Israeli settlers. Hezbollah has clearly issued warnings against the settlers to leave that area because it will be subject to attacks by Hezbollah's resistance. Of course, Hezbollah has been using very precise rockets, or at least heavy rockets, which up until now they have not really named all of the types of rockets that they have used. Hezbollah has also taken down a Hermes 900, which is also a new or a very significant development that we've seen since the beginning of the ground incursion of the Israelis. Hezbollah has been able so far to take down at least 3 Hermes 450 and 2 Hermes 900 after this one, of course. And we can see that Hezbollah is really dealing heavy blows on the Israeli regime's forces and occupation forces in South Lebanon.
ثانك يو.
ثانك يو فيري ماتش.
بعد ايه؟
مش عارفه هشوف اذا بدنا
ولا بالولا وهنا لك وين؟ فين؟
الو سلام حبيبي
استحالة يعني.
ايه ما لا
ليش تتسبع؟
هي مبينه
هيدي
لك
البروجيكت هيدي شكلي
ايه بس مش اسرائيلي. اسرائيلي موجود بهالاوروبا بالشرق وبعضه موجود. شو بكره ان شاء الله تكون 20 ميل بحر.
هذيك هو ما كان باين بالعين
عين السلاح البحر هذا تحكي في انزال يعني عرفت اذا قريب هالقد في انزال
شيء كبير.
هي عرض البحر.
طب وهيدي داخل داخل عادي
هذا بيجي بلشي لهون بيدي من عمك يا سلام سلام أنا فوق سد عيل
والله هيك حاط بلاك هناك بودا
مبين عليه اثنين كورنيت.
شوف ايه لا هونيك
والله هيك طيب.
الو سلام. شاد بكيك هسه نمشي. الو الو الو شيخنا هذه تبغى كيه تبغى كيه تقريبا
ما في شيء خاص.
الان طارق ضوي
لا حبيبي.
هذا روشن كان.
عندنا في البحر مع المستوى
شو هذا؟
هي بس واحد ما اظن هذاك المغرب
تفتح
قطعت الشط تحركت قطعت
شاش مياز ده زي ما بعرف شغله اسمع كلام شنيتها يا
والله يلا السماعة معك سماعة رائع البقاء تخيل سماعة طيب
طب محمد من النظارة وهذا بوزة
لا بوزة شوف كيف مسافة التحرك سوا شو عرفك انه كان صحيح؟ سكينة شوف شكله دائما سوا
شو تضرب طويلة على فكرة كبيرة
بيني كذا طابق كذا طابق واقع فيها.
لا لا اللمبة الضوئية اللي ورا
ايه بس هي كمان
شوف انت راح تلقى اكثر
اضوي فيها كذا طابق.
لا لا هو زين هو كده خوش ما شاء الله اللمبة لمبة كبيرة هذا هو زين هذا هو لا تجي لما ماشي مفروض لك مو جوجل من الجسم المجال سريع جدا شغلتوني واحد على الخضراء صغيرة صغيرة
لانه بعيده
صغيرة رايحة هيك اتجاه شنو؟ هي ماشي اتجاه شنو؟ هيك ماشي هيك اتجاه شنو هيك
الستار
هذه لا غيري هذا غيري رايحة
مول هذا هو هذا الشغل بين بس مش جديد يتبعوا بيقرأ
لا مش بسرعة
معك
اسمعي لا ده الحوار في الجامعة معايا ليش الشباب صاحبي الجامعة كله في ودايس هذا محل
طبعا تلاقي المونتاج يعني انا لو
شو مش الحال؟
Alarm, Metula.
متى؟
أولها بعيدة
أكيد يخلق صيدان يخلق صيدان يخلق
جدار أو
كاميرا وأعطيت الشروط. طيب شيل هون بعد 3 ساعات بصير الثاني.
اخر ضربه فينا وقت البيت يومين اليوم الثالث مش هيك اذا في حما سلام صدا 1 2 3 بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم 1 2 3 1 2 3 آی ظهوریه سلام شبتون بخیر خسته نباشید لا نه شکرت
الشنطه اللي حطيت فيها الاغراض تحط ايدك عليها لا
بس عم يبعث حيوان خلال 7 دقايق للعشوائي يكون حاضرين كل الفرق. الهيئة بتقول له اللي يعطوه فيه السلام عليكم على عليكم السلام. لاحظت دايما لاحظت لما الطالب كده قليلين يعني 5 6 دقايق كل المحنة كله
شغال دلوقتي تنظف وين يوصل ولا بس تطلع على الهواء هناك في مشكلة احنا فاتحين سوق صورة مفتوحة بس بدك كاتب هلا بتصل بس تطلع على الهواء بيقول لك خربة وصورة
السلام عليكم.
أنا بحيدر اتصل عليك حيدر
Yes.
كهرباء في كهرباء مدير
Hey.
He has electricity, but then sometimes, so today, yeah.
هو يقول لك في كهرباء هو يعرفك هو ايه المطلوب يعرفك الدنيا كلها خلاص.
So today, the electricity
بس
was
تجي الكهرباء الدولة هذا بيقطع
ايه ادري.
بس خلص مش
جالس اسوي منشري على الغاز.
هذا اشتراك
and then it was the electricity was off for a long time. So the camera battery drained to like very low. He used the battery for very low.
يقول لك زي الكهرباء بتخلص والكهرباء بتيجي من بره قليل.
انا عاير الشرشاب ما الشرشاب
با سلام خدمت شما بینندگان محترم. بله آقای زوریان، ارتش رژیم صهیونیستی با تشکیل تاکتیک در بعد از ظهر نیروز و دیشب بعد از اینکه در حملات خودش در مناطق مختلف جنوب لبنان متحمل تلفات و خسارات سنگین شد و به این دلیل که در چندین محور تلاش میکرد وارد بشه به عمق جنوب لبنان نتوانست. الان با تغییر تاکتیک تلاش میکنه که در محور شمالی جنوب لبنان، در واقع بخش شرقی جنوب لبنان، شمال فلسطین اشغالی، وارد شهر خیام بشه که بر ارتفاعی اونجا هست در این منطقه و اگر که بتونه وارد بشه خب این براش دستاوردی رو تلقی خواهد کرد از این دستاورد. و خب نکته بعدی این هستش که امروز ارتش رژیم صهیونیستی در شرق بلندی‌های اشغالی جولان اونجا بخشی از میدان‌های مین رو منفجر کرد و مقاومت اسلامی لبنان این احتمال رو در نظر گرفته که ممکن هست ارتش رژیم صهیونیستی در حد فاصله بین شهر خیام در بخش شرقی جنوب لبنان و کوهپایه‌های شرقی بلندی‌های اشغالی جولان و یا حتی کوهپایه‌های غربی بلندی‌های اشغالی جولان سوریه دو محور عملیاتی جدید باز کنه و تلاش کنه به سمت منطقه بقا در شرق لبنان پیشروی بکنه و همچنین احتمال عملیات هلیبرد در داخل خاک لبنان رو حزب الله در نظر گرفته از سوی رژیم صهیونیستی و احتمال حمله از سوی دریا به سمت برخی از مناطق ساحلی لبنان. این همه قضیه‌ای هستش که حزب الله در نظر گرفته و خب حزب الله دیروز غافلگیر نشد و فریب نخورد از عقب نشینی نظامیان رژیم صهیونیستی از بخشی از بخش شرقی جنوب لبنان 8 روستا و آماده بود که در منطقه خیام اگر حمله بشه مقابله بکنه و به همین خاطر غافلگیر نشد و این درگیری ها همچنان ادامه داره.
بالعكس سماعة توصيل هذا الشرجر
يعطيك العافية. مريم ولا خلاص؟
بدك البيت؟
لا ما هو البيت ما فيش مع الوصل
حد رمى حد جيش وحد
خلاص خلاص
بدك صالح بشيء؟
حبيب جاسم خوان المفروض احنا عندنا سيارة.
عندك طيارة؟
لا لا المفروض يبادل لنا سيارة. سيارة هذه السيارة بتطلع فيها بالشكل هاي واسعة. طيب لا في مانع في مانع.
بيش
يا محمد طلبوا اطلع امام الكاميرا.
طلع بالكاميرا بس شرع طلع بالكاميرا
ماشي الحال.
انا عندي كل شيء تمام، عندي كل شيء منيح.
حيدر انا شنو لك
حبيبي دكتور.
Ajda L has become a member.
الو حياك تسمعني من المايك؟
ندغي في نصور.
يلا
انا عندي كل شيء تمام.
هاي دوت بالنهار وبالليل اوف ده بالليل ماشي. بالنهار اون اللي هي اللي فوق اصور فيديو وانا بجرب. بالنهار اون وبالليل اوف اللي هي بالليل. كمل بقى كونتينيو.
نعم معك. ارفع الكادر شوية يا محمد وهبي، ارفع الكادر شوية.
عادة بيقولوا لي ناس بس اليوم غيرين مسؤولين.
كله على حسب المخرج. ها كله على حسب المخرج.
كثير هيك.
سوي قول خليها المنارة خليها تمام. اوكي اون بالليل اوف بالنهار. اوكي تمام.
خليك ابو حميد من النساء.
والله لا انا بس ريوب وراح
ظلت جاي بتخسروه اتخانقت فصل هلا ما لي قصه في موضوع بالغزه بالسجره.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم مرحبا بكم السلام.
نعم أخي عبد السلام، بداية اسمح لي أبدأ من ما يتعلق بمستجدات العدوان الإسرائيلي على مستوى الضاحية وبيروت لليوم الثالث على التوالي. الهدوء الحذر هو المخيم على سماء الضاحية، عدا عن استمرار لطلعات الطائرات المسيرة الاستطلاعية والتي في أغلب الأوقات تكون بمستويات منخفضة. هذا على مستوى الضاحية وبيروت. فيما يتعلق بالجنوب والبقاع منذ يوم أمس واليوم كان لافت موجات كبيرة من الغارات، سلسلة من الغارات التي تعد هي الأعنف منذ بدء العدوان الإسرائيلي على لبنان، والتي استهدفت الكثير من قرى الجنوب وأيضا بعلبك الهرمل، وكانت الاستهدافات عنيفة تم فيها تدمير كثير من البنى. في بعض المناطق تم استهداف مربعات تتكون منها عدة أبنية، وهذا يشير إلى مستوى عال من التصعيد بالنسبة للعدو الإسرائيلي واستهدافه لهذه القرى وهذه المناطق دون أي مبرر عدا عن رغبة هذا العدو في منهجية التدمير والتخريب واستهداف المدنيين. كما أشرتم، الحصيلة التي تتعلق بعلبك الهرمل وصلت إلى قرابة 70 شهيدا وعشرات الجرحى، وهي حصيلة كبيرة على مستوى العدوان والغارات العدوانية التي أطلقها ويطلقها هذا العدو الصهيوني لقرابة 33 أو 34 يوما. فيما يتعلق بالعمليات في الجنوب، استمرار حزب الله في عملياته بوتيرة متصاعدة، نتحدث عن 27 بيانا بما يعني 27 عملية. هذه العمليات تتركز بشكل أساسي على 3 مسارات. المسار الأول هو استهداف تجمعات العدو الإسرائيلي في بعض القرى الجنوبية التي انحسر تواجده فيها، وتركيزا في محاور 3: كفر كلا، الخيام، ومنطقة أو قرية الحمامص التي يعني يستميت فيها هذا العدو الإسرائيلي، محاولا السيطرة على هذه المنطقة، وعمل على مسح كثير من القرى بشكل كلي. يتعمد هذا العدو الإسرائيلي في استهداف الصواريخ بشكل لافت وشكل تدميري. المقاومة الإسلامية سعت أيضا في المسار الثاني استهداف تجمعات هذا العدو على مستوى المستوطنات، واللافت في البيانات اليوم هو دخول مستوطنات جديدة على مستوى دائرة خط النار بالنسبة للمقاومة الإسلامية مجاهدي حزب الله، وبالتالي نحن أمام تصعيد فيما يتعلق بجغرافية وصول هذه الطائرات المسيرة، الانقضاضية منها، وأيضا الصواريخ التي دخل الجديد منها، حتى المسيرة دخل نوع جديد منها في مسار هذه العمليات. إذا نحن أمام مسار تصعيدي بالنسبة للعدو الإسرائيلي، هو مسار تدمير قتل ممنهج، ومسار تصعيدي يتعلق بعمليات لافتة تصعيدية بالنسبة للمقاومة الإسلامية. المسار الثالث وهو المهم وهو الضربات الصاروخية، الصليات الصاروخية المكثفة والكبيرة التي تستهدف العديد من مستعمرات ومستوطنات هذا العدو الإسرائيلي على مستوى مستعمرات الشمال. فيما يتعلق بالبيان التي كان أطلقه الإنذار الذي أطلقه حزب الله، إنذار إخلال 25 استهدف منها العديد بقرابة 5 أو 6 مستعمرات، بجانب مستعمرات أخرى تستهدفها المقاومة الإسلامية في عمق هذا العدو الإسرائيلي بجانب استهداف عمق أكثر. وبالتالي نحن أمام مشهد مختلف ومسار مختلف يتعلق بطبيعة هذا التصعيد. ولعل آخر إحصائية بالنسبة للإسرائيلي، إسرائيل هي أشارت إلى إحصائية مؤلمة كما تقول، نقل نحو 900 جريح جديد إلى المستشفيات منذ بدء العملية البرية في لبنان. طبعا العدو الإسرائيلي لا يتحدث عن قتلى باعتباره يمارس تكتيما كبيرا في هذا المسار، وإلا فالقتلى بالعشرات. وهناك تصريحات بدأت تتبدى بشكل كبير واللافت تتحدث عن حجم الخسائر الكبيرة داخل جيش هذا العدو نتيجة العمليات على مستوى العمليات التي يطلقها في مناطق شمال فلسطين المحتلة باتجاه جنوب لبنان. نعم، هذا كل شيء.
Alarm. Roger. Done. شعار يشوف. دفنة. Done. Roger.
Signal is up. No 9:30. That's it. Yeah.
dejé de escucharte, pero te hablo igual. Sí, las reacciones han sido de saludos, las reacciones han sido de saludos por parte de la resistencia palestina, de todos los movimientos. Sin duda es una noticia que refuerza la resistencia libanesa y también este movimiento que enfrenta también los intentos por parte de Estados Unidos y de Israel de separarlo del tejido social libanés, destruir su capacidad de otorgar servicios, de unirse a la población y refundar, digámoslo así, un nuevo Estado libanés sin Hezbollah. Algo que no se refleja en el campo de batalla, donde las fuerzas de la resistencia mantienen a raya. Justamente hace unos minutos se anunció que está en su pleno apogeo una batalla en la ciudad de Hiam, que está en la frontera misma con Israel, en el sector central, frente a un asentamiento llamado Metula, y donde las fuerzas israelíes han intentado nuevamente penetrar en territorio libanés. Cristina, yo quiero en este punto decir que la reiniciación o el apogeo de estas batallas coincide con una noticia llegada de Israel por parte de la agencia Reuters, que dice que esta misma noche el gabinete israelí se reúne para estudiar un cese al fuego, un acuerdo diplomático al conflicto en el Líbano, debido a que ellos consideran que ya cumplieron todas sus metas en el Líbano, desarticulando a Hezbollah. Esto puede ser una forma de reconocer una derrota, es posible, lo han hecho antes, nadie cuando pierde reclama derrota, sino a menos que sea una derrota total, sino que todos reivindican una victoria. Pero esto se realizaría, según las informaciones, sobre la base de la resolución 1701 del Consejo de Seguridad de Naciones Unidas de 2006, que señala que las fuerzas de Hezbollah se deben retirar al norte del río Litani y Israel, por supuesto, no tiene interferencia ninguna en el territorio libanés. Hay que ver si esto es cierto, si se llegará a una cosa de este tipo. Por lo pronto Hezbollah reaccionó diciendo que lo mismo que ha venido diciendo todo el tiempo, que las negociaciones diplomáticas las lleva el presidente del Parlamento, Berri, y que no se pronuncia sobre este tipo de especulaciones, sobre todo cuando la agresión al Líbano continúa y no habrá negociaciones sin el cese de la agresión. Sobre el terreno, disculpa, no escuché la última parte de la pregunta. No tengo información sobre el pronunciamiento. Él hizo un discurso hoy que se transmitió en vivo en muchos lugares. Su principal mensaje fue la persistencia y la paciencia que caracteriza al mundo islámico, que la lucha es muy costosa, que vale la pena luchar, que no se van a rendir y que van a continuar esta lucha hasta la victoria. Ese fue básicamente el mensaje del nuevo líder de Hezbollah. Yo quisiera en este punto decir que hoy la información, hay un periodista aquí que se llama Ali Murtada. Él es periodista de la cadena Al Mayadin y ha estado en el sur del Líbano desde un año. Yo lo conocí el año pasado allá precisamente en Hiam, y es un tipo que ha estado informando en primera línea de todo lo que ocurre en el frente, y por eso ha sido objeto de numerosos ataques y amenazas. Él escribió hoy que se encuentra, que en muchos lugares ya no puede dormir, y el vocero, él reprodujo un anuncio del vocero militar israelí en árabe que lo amenaza, le anuncia que lo van a matar en cualquier parte del Líbano que se encuentre. Y él respondió, esto permítanme el paréntesis, esto refleja la calidad de los voceros israelíes que son parte de una maquinaria de muerte. Lo amenazó directamente de que lo van a matar en cualquier lugar del Líbano que se encuentre. Y Murtada respondió con sus mismos datos de esta mañana. Hay 40 tanques destruidos, da lugar por lugar donde ocurrieron la destrucción de estos tanques Merkava. Hay 90 soldados israelíes muertos, más de 800 heridos. Eso es lo que genera que a Ali Murtada lo quieran matar, y él respondió, mátenme, no importa, yo ya sé que les hice daño, yo soy musulmán, yo soy islámico, y morir para nosotros no es la muerte, es un premio al trabajo realizado. Esa es la actitud y eso es lo que estamos observando. Los ataques continúan, la mortandad continúa, pero hay este anuncio todavía vago de una reunión en la que Israel probablemente querrá llegar a un acuerdo diplomático que le permita mantener el control, la tutoría, una especie de protectorado por sobre todo el sur del Líbano. Así que no veo a corto plazo en estos días un cese de las hostilidades cristianas. Gracias. Chao, buenas noches. Chao, chao.
صدا قطع بس میشه، قطع میشه، نداره برام. الان بهتر. با عرض سلام خدمت شما بینندگان محترم. خب شیخ نعیم قاسم در شرایطی به عنوان چهارمین دبیرکل حزب الله لبنان جانشین سید حسن نصرالله رضوان الله علیه شد که لبنان در یک جنگ گسترده با رژیم صهیونیستی هستش و در عین حال در داخل لبنان با توجه به تحرکات سفارت آمریکا که مدیریت اصلی این جنگ رو بر عهده داره، عملا لبنان با یک جبهه دومی در داخل گروه هست، جبهه سیاسی علیه لبنان و علیه مقاومت لبنان. و خب در چنین شرایطی اگرچه آقای نبیبری رئیس مجلس لبنان از سوی حزب الله عهدهدار مذاکرات شده با آمریکایی ها درباره احتمال آتش بس در جنوب لبنان، اما در شرایطی که هم لبنان درگیر جنگ هست به طور مستقیم، جنگ زمینی با ارتش رژیم صهیونیستی، و هم باید توطئه‌های آمریکا رو خنثی بکنه و به طور کلی حتی اگر بحث مذاکرات آتش بس هم مطرح بشه به طور جدی که به هنوز نشده، باید این موضوع رو مدیریت کنه. در چنین شرایطی ضروری بود که دبیرکل جدید حزب الله انتخاب بشه. اولا انتخاب دبیرکل حزب الله بسیار مهم هست از این جهت که شورای مرکزی حزب الله باید تشکیل جلسه میداد در شرایط امنیتی ویژه‌ای که لبنان قرار داره و مسئولان حزب الله خود هدف حملات تروریستی رژیم صهیونیستی هستند. و نکته دومی که اسم دبیرکل حزب الله و نتیجه این جلسه شورای مرکزی باید اعلام میشه. هم انتخاب شد دبیرکل و هم به طور رسمی و علنی خب اسم ایشون اعلام شد و خب یک پیام قدرتمند بود از سوی حزب الله به دشمن صهیونیستی. در چنین شرایطی دبیرکل جدید حزب الله هم عهدهدار مدیریت جنگ خواهد بود در جنوب لبنان و هم در فضای سیاسی و همچنین مقابله با جنگ روانی دشمن ایفای نقش خواهد کرد و در ساختار حزب الله دبیرکل حزب الله فصل و خطاب خواهد بود، یعنی مواضع رسمی حزب الله رو به گونه اعلام میکنه که جای شک و شبهه‌ای رو نمیگذاره. و البته قبل از ایشون تمام فرماندهانی که یک ماه پیش به شهادت رسیدن در حملات تروریستی رژیم صهیونیستی، اینها جایگزین‌هاشون مشخص شدن، ولی خب در موقعیت‌های امنیتی به نظامی نام مسئولانی که جایگزین شدن اعلام نخواهد شد. این در شرایطی هستش که الان لبنان در آستانه انتخابات آمریکا ما شاهدیم هستیم که آمریکایی‌ها سعی می‌کنند که فضای کاذب رو درباره احتمال آتش بس مطرح بکنن، اما واقعیت‌های میدانی همه به این سمت و به این سو اشاره می‌کنه که جنگ در حال گسترش است و ما به جنگ طولانی روبرو هستیم.
يطلعوا بكره على يطلع احسن ياخذ منيح.
هلا بس طفي
هذا ما فيني اشتري ولا لا طبقي اكثر شيء من الشريك معي مالي بدهم مالي كثير يلعب بدي 4 سنين تحبس عادي يعطوني كوينز بس مش جام
يعني بالكوينز كمان تشتري مش بس الجيم
بس
كوينز كثير يعني كل 10000 او 20000
ما في ب10 أو 20
لا هلا اذا تجيب ناس من الحواري بورسعيد تلعبهم معك منيح تلعب بلاي ستيشن منيح؟
كان عندي بلاي
في
ستيشن
كبلابي كان خينا وصغير غرقنا فيها مثل سوبر ماريو. خينا صغير كان عمره 10 سنين واحنا 17 و18 غرقنا فيها والله العظيم. هاي اللي بتطلع هيك
لا سديد اختيار كثير
انا ما وقفتهم بجيل انا ما وقفتهم طلعت على موسكو ادرس للاسف ما وقفت
شيء
فيها طيران
سيارات في كثير العاب السوان اخذ البرج وجد مسح الدنيا كمان وكانت خرافيه بالنسبه لنا بهذاك الوقت البلاي ستيشن 2 كان واحد اللي كان عنده بلاي ستيشن بالذات السنين بلاقي معه مصاري
هو جاب لي بلاي ستيشن 2
من ايم
هيك
لهلا بتعرف بعدها لهلا بتعرف
بكره بدنا ننتبه الشتاء بس عم بيقولوا شباب بكره مصورين بكره في شتاء فوق الجبل بالسلسلة الشرقية هذا في شتاء وجرف أتربة جرف أي أتربة هلا بعد شفت اليوم أنا مشترك مع الصوت بيروت
بيروت ببلش نهار السبت
ايوه صح يعني عندنا اكيد عندنا
صيام ونيمون يطلبوا من الهواء لانه بكره من بكره ببلش سفر جاكيت معاوي ومن الطريق
هذا ما بيقدر ينزل ما عنده لعيبة
كفر هيك تصير
اللعبة بنالتي
امبارح نمت فكر سكت كل شيء ليش؟ بعمره انا على الموتوسيكل
Okay, let me go to Mike Glenn, Washington Times.
My question's been asked and answered. Thanks, Pat.
All right, and then just last one here, Ostap, VOA.
Thank you, General. I have two questions on Ukraine. I'm going to follow up what Tony asks. Do you have any assessment of how capable North Korean troops would be as a military force in combat in a real battlefield situation?
Again, I don't want to get into hypotheticals or to speculate. This is something that we'll continue to watch. Obviously, there are reports about consternation among the Russian forces themselves on how best to integrate these forces into their own operations, to include, obviously, the language barrier. But this is something that we'll keep a close eye on. All right, time for a few more. Constantine, and then we'll go to John.
Going back to sort of domestic questions for a second, Election Day is a week away. Has the Pentagon received any requests for National Guard troops to be augmenting security anywhere? And then looking forward past Election Day, have there been any requests for National Guard troops or U.S. military troops in the days following?
Yeah. Thanks, Constantine. I'm not aware of any requests. Certainly, fully cognizant of the importance of Election Day, and certainly encourage all Americans to go out and exercise their right to vote. If and when we have updates in that regard, certainly we'll keep you posted. Thank you, John.
Thank you, General. About Secretary Austin's phone call with his Turkish counterpart, Yaşar Güler. According to the Turkish intelligence, the perpetrators of the terrorist attack in Ankara were coming from North Syria, and the Turkish Air Force have hit some targets in that region, which is mostly controlled by the YPG forces that trained and supported by you. Were there any details that you could share with us about Turkey asking your support in order to fight those terrorist groups in these areas? Can you give us some details about the phone?
Yeah, thanks. Beyond what we put in the readout, John, there was again a acknowledgement of Turkey's legitimate security concerns as it related to the recent terrorist attack. My understanding, just based on those press reports, was that was attributed to PKK, which of course the United States views as a terrorist organization. I think the headline here is that the two leaders remained committed to keeping an open line of communication and supporting one another, particularly as it relates to being two valued NATO allies and partners. And so, as we highlighted in the readout, a lot of that entails maintaining frequent and open communication regarding our forces that are operating in Syria, conducting the defeat ISIS
Please,
mission,
amid unprecedented international tensions and
what it
political
needs to do to address its legitimate security concerns. So I'll just leave it there. Jared.
General, just to follow up on that, the readout on the call between Secretary Austin and Defense Minister Güler, as you noted, stressed the need to avoid any civilian harm. Does the department condemn Turkey's strikes on electrical, oil, water infrastructure in northeast Syria? And what is the U.S. doing to mitigate the harm to civilians that's being caused by that?
Well, look, Jared, again, as the readout highlighted, it's important to keep lines of communication open and good coordination between our forces that are operating in that area. And so the Secretary and the Minister remain committed to doing that. We have good coordination, good communication with our Turkish allies, and we'll continue to do that going forward. A couple more, Noah.
A couple cleanup things on the North Korean troops. You mentioned that the concern is that these could be used for infantry. Is that the case for those troops that are already in or heading to Kursk right now?
Writ large, that's kind of how we would assess this group of approximately 10,000 forces.
Mm-hmm. And do you assess that all 10,000 will head to Kursk eventually, or that there could be multiple operational imperatives for them?
I mean, it certainly could be the case, but indications right now are that they'll move in the next few weeks closer to Ukraine. But again, we'll keep an eye out on that.
And then Switching gears a bit, the Secretary has discussed that there is a window of opportunity for de-escalation, specifically between Israel and Lebanon, given the attacks recently in Beirut and then in southern Lebanon. Is that window still open in the Secretary's point of view? And does he feel satisfied with the steps taken to secure some sort of diplomatic resolution?
The window is still open, and I think if you were talking to the Secretary, he would tell you the window for diplomacy is always open. This is not an easy problem to solve for all the reasons that are obvious to you and everyone in this room, but it's also something that's incredibly important, not only for the region, but for international security and stability. And so, yes, we'll continue to capitalize on this moment in time. And I know, for example, the State Department as well as the White House are also actively engaged on that front. Thanks. Last question. Yes, sir.
Okay, General, I'm just on a follow about the Lebanon. Regarding to the read out that the call between Secretary Austin and his Israeli counterpart, Secretary Austin, he reiterated the U.S. commitment to diplomatic arrangement in Lebanon. So do you believe now it's the time to start this arrangement, or you think as a DOD that Israel need more time to complete their operation in Lebanon to meet some things they want as a result of these operations, or now this is the time to start this arrangement? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, again, as I highlighted, the Secretary reiterated our commitment to a diplomatic arrangement in Lebanon. And so we do believe that there is a window of opportunity here to capitalize on the situation and get to a diplomatic resolution as quickly as possible. So thank you. Thanks very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
تطور وتوسع الصراع في المنطقة.
Que aparentemente esta persona estuvo dentro del hotel ayer durante la noche. Un colega dialogó con la hija de este hombre y le dijo que mi papá estaba en el hotel, mi papá no responde el teléfono, no quiere al periodista, no quiere hablar con la prensa porque está en shock. Pero bueno, tampoco sabemos si se encuentra aquí, ¿no? Han hecho una carpa bastante reservada para algunos familiares de las personas que están dentro del hotel, a los cuales no podemos acceder. Estamos dentro de un corralito y poco nos podemos mover.
القانون الإنساني الدولي وكذلك بين المفوض السامي
by Kamala Harris, the politics of joy, right? And she had nothing to back it up whatsoever. And you could see the beginning in the polls start to come our way. I'm very proud that the War Room has had President Trump's back, and it particularly has been the platform for the grassroots movement to have their voice heard. And I said at that time that with the hard work of the Get Out the Vote effort and the election integrity effort, that we were on the cusp of having an incredible victory that could actually be a potential landslide. Now we come to today, and I'm finally out of being a political prisoner by the Merrick Garland, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi regime. Okay, for standing up for my political beliefs against an illegitimate committee in the House that did not have a ranking member and did not have minority counsel. I went to a federal prison for 4 months. Now, Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris and Merrick Garland thought they were going to do two things. Number one, they were going to shut down the War Room and not have that as a voice for the grassroots movement of MAGA in this country, and number two, break me. Well, I think you can see today I'm far from broken. I've been empowered by my 4 months at Danbury Federal Prison. Why was I empowered? Because I was able to listen, to observe, and to learn from working class minorities, young African American men and Hispanic men, and yes, Puerto Rican men, about what their lives are and what the queen of mass incarcerations, which is what they believe that Kamala Harris is. She refuses, and she has refused as border czar, to commence any mass deportations of illegal alien or illegal migrant criminals in this country. And today, President Trump with the angel moms actually had to say, we need to set up a form of restitution to reimburse these folks. Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, as the border czar, has refused to do that and continue on the mass incarcerations. Now, President Trump, and quite frankly, with the visionary leadership at the time of Jared Kushner, President Trump came with the most significant prison reform bill ever created, the First Step Act. And today, 6 years after, and 4 years into the Biden regime, of which Biden in 2020 promised and committed to dramatically decrease the number of incarcerations in federal prisons, and nothing has been done. Nothing has been done. You know, this is criminal negligence by the highest, at the highest levels of BOP, Bureau of Prisons, and the Justice Department. You have particularly minorities, African Americans and Hispanic men and their families being broken, rotting in federal prisons, when the First Step Act is very clear of what's supposed to happen, and all they do is get spun and spun and spun. The system is broken. Bureau of Prisons is broken. This is not about Danbury and not about the individual. I have many good individuals working at Danbury Federal Prison. The system of the BOP, the system of the Justice Department is broken. They have weaponized the Justice Department against a political movement, a conservative grassroots movement that's had President Trump's back, and from the dark days of February, March, and April of 2021 is on the cusp of the biggest political comeback in the history of this nation, led by grassroots people, everyday Americans, including, as we know now from the polling, and the reason I said we're on the cusp of a massive victory, she is failing to connect with minority men, Hispanic and African American men. Now, why is that? They understand what the scam is. They understand that this administration purposely let in millions of illegal alien migrants, illegal aliens, to drive down labor costs. The Federal Reserve said it from the very beginning. We're going to drive down labor inflation by getting more unskilled workers here and putting pressure on the lowest skilled sector we have. And they were successful, and they brag about being successful. The minority community understands that. They understand the scam and the con of what Kamala Harris has done. In addition, she has failed to do, for political reasons, the reason the First Step Act is not implemented among minorities is because Kamala Harris and Merrick Garland and Joe Biden in the White House and Nancy Pelosi understand it to be a massive political win for President Trump. And that's why they're failing to do it. They thought they would shut down the war room and take our power away. The show is bigger and more powerful than it's ever been. And please, it's not a podcast. We take the live streaming television show every day and the radio show, and we turn it into a podcast. So my brothers and sisters at CNN, when you say the podcast number is off slightly, right? It hasn't. We were the largest podcast, but we're streaming. We stream on television, and we play on radio and online. And Nancy Pelosi thought a federal prison was going to break me. Well, it empowered me. God bless you. It empowered me. I am more empowered today, more focused today, sharper today, in better shape today than I've ever been in my entire life. So Nancy Pelosi, suck on that. The desperation of Kamala Harris and in her campaign is obvious. They went from the politics of joy, and we were the first ones to call it, to darkness and night falls on America, and they pivoted hard. You know why? Her incoherent explanation for what the politics of joy is befuddled everybody. So she had to go back to the same playbook. Trump's a fascist. His followers are not deplorables, they're fascist. That they're a danger to the country. Well, you know who doesn't buy this? Working class people don't buy it. And particularly African American and Hispanic men do not buy it. I had a great opportunity at Danbury, and I want to thank the Education Department of Danbury Correctional Institution for allowing me to teach, yes, civics and government. I had, I think, close to 100 students in 3 different classes. The majority, particularly the later classes, were minority men, African American, Hispanic, lots of Puerto Ricans, lots of Dominican folks in the Dominican Republic. And if you had a chance to read Vanity Fair, the cover story on our populist nationalist beliefs, you can see that it talks about economics. And it talks about the way the system works, the financial system in this country, how it's inextricably linked to the political system. And you can't understand what's going on until you understand how the economy, how the Federal Reserve, how deficits, how they play into the politics of the day. That much that you see on television is just professional wrestling when it comes to politics and is not the thing itself. And I can report to you that these young men, most of whom are nonviolent drug offenders that have, quite frankly, a lot of years in prison. These people came to this with a new awakening, and that is the awakening the American people are going through. The system is not only broken, the system is rigged against the working class of this nation. And I saw at Danbury that we're going to move past the politics of race with an intermediate stop in the politics of gender, which is being forced on everybody right now. We're going to get to what is important, and that's the politics of money. And once we get to the politics of money, there's going to be some fundamental changes in this country. I want to thank you folks for coming. I'm far from broken, and I appreciate you guys attending. And I will tell you, if President Trump's grassroots forces combine as we can combine right now, you're going to see unbelievable numbers next Tuesday. However, the Democrats are not going to give up. They just hired Mark Elias. And you only hire Mark Elias, who I think is the toughest election lawyer in the country. You only hire Mark Elias when you want to go to the mattresses. They understand they can't beat us at the ballot box. We're going to have a reprise of 2020, where they're going to try to do everything humanly possible to nullify Trump's election and delegitimize his second term. And I can tell you right now that the working class people in this country, the middle class people in this country that support Donald John Trump are not going to let that happen. I'll take some questions.
Okay, so please introduce yourself before asking your question.
Hey Steve, good to see you.
Tim Miller.
From the Bulwark. I was listening to your Not a podcast this morning.
Do you have the pukas on today, or we have the pearls?
I'm clear. No
pukas or pearls? No pukas and pearls.
Pearls or pukas today.
This is Tim Miller, one of my favorite guys from MSNBC in the Bulwark. Used to be the spokesman for the Republic. When I met Tim as a younger man, he was the spokesman for the RNC, the old RNC, the establishment RNC, the RNC of Mitt Romney, not the RNC of Donald Trump. But go ahead, Tim. Question.
Steve, you said on your Not a podcast today that the fight will continue from November 5th to Inauguration Day.
Yes.
With January 6th being a key part of that.
Yes.
So are you planning an encore from the last?
No, Jamie Raskin. I think, Tim, what you ought to focus on is Jamie Raskin. Jamie Raskin saying right now, if they take the House by 1 seat, that they will go back to their committee report and they will say President Trump's an insurrectionist, that Bannon went to prison, Navarro went to prison, President Trump's been indicted, and they will sit there and go, hey, the Supreme Court may have issued a 9-0 opinion about him being on the ballot, but it doesn't mean we have to sit him as president. This is what they're thinking up right now. Nancy Pelosi gave an interview to Rolling Stone magazine. She said her number one priority is to make sure that Donald Trump is not only not elected or reelected president of the United States, but he never sets foot in the White House. Nancy Pelosi and Jamie Raskin right now are thinking about, and they're very open about it, of not certifying a Trump victory on November 5th. And that's not me saying, that's Jamie Raskin saying it.
Kamala Harris victory. What are your plans for after November 5th if it's a Kamala Harris victory for ballot box?
We are going to make sure that Kamala Harris doesn't win on November 5th. We're highly confident that. We've seen the polls. You've seen the numbers coming in. We're going to look. We believe in the American system of democracy. We believe that, and the reason we like democracy, we're winning, right? And we're going to win on November 5th.
I do just wonder then.
But you do agree with me on Jamie Raskin that Jamie Raskin's already said they're not going to certify President Trump.
I don't agree with that. I do wonder though. You were teaching civics. You know, you're out of prison. I wonder if you're any reforms looking back on the last January 6th and the fact that you incited a mob that ended
That would be. Hang on. If you look at what we said, is that as the states requested, 7 states requested, never got to a full review. This is because Vice President Pence didn't handle it correctly. This is because Vice President Pence did not handle it correctly. No, absolutely no change. For the simple reason is that we should have had a review as requested by the states for all 7 states at that time. Tim, thank you very much.
One question at a time. Okay.
But Tim, if you want to continue to make speeches, it's good television. I don't want to talk about personal conversations, but we've had a chat.
You have talked with former President Trump this morning?
We've had a chat.
Have you talked about Election Day coming up?
I don't want to discuss what we're talking about, but by the way, he watches the show. He saw the show this morning. The show this morning didn't talk about my time in prison. What it talked about was 2 things. Number one, a massive grassroots effort that's underway that has to culminate on November 5th, particularly in places like Pennsylvania. It looks like max 15% of Republicans will have voted on the mail-in ballot early voting. Before then, we have to deliver 85% of the people to the polls next Tuesday. He understands that we are the focus and back of people like the Elon Musk of the world and the money he's putting in for his effort, and Charlie Kirk and other independent groups out there that are putting in, that we're driving and lightening the grassroots movement of the Trump MAGA movement to show up next week. That's number one. And number 2, we had Bill McGinley and Mike Davis and others on to talk about the election integrity, the efforts that they're making, and quite frankly, places like Pennsylvania, that looks like the election administration is a little bit of a dumpster fire right now.
4 years ago, you urged then President Trump to declare victory on election night when you knew all well that there was going to be a decent chance that we would not know if the ballots had yet to be counted.
Hang on.
You went out and did exactly that. Have you urged him to do this?
Hang on for a second. When I said that 4 years ago, it was, why did I say that? Why did I say that? Because a guy named Mark Elias came up with a report that 2 individuals, Bill McGinley and Raheem Kassam, helped deconstruct in July of 2020. And he walked through how the Democrat Party was going to steal the election with illegitimate mail-in ballots. He said,
illegitimate ballots. They were mail ballots that American voters cast.
I totally, by the way, we can argue, we can adjudicate that. Hang on. We can argue that. President Trump came up at 2:30 in the morning and talked. He should have done it at 11 o'clock at night in 2020. Okay? I am urging President Trump, if the votes come in like it looks like they're going to come in, he should step up and inform the American citizens of exactly what's going on and not keep people in the dark like was done in 2020. So President Trump should step up and walk people through state by state of where these leads are and how these leads came about. We're not prepared. We're not prepared to have in the dark of night all the problems that happened last time. Okay, The 2020 election was stolen. Okay, I will never back off that.
And we know that you wanted him to stay on as president. We know that you wanted the election.
I didn't want that. What I wanted was I wanted the will of the American people at the ballot box to be effectuated. I want the will of the American people at the ballot box to be effectuated. That's what I wanted.
Steve,
yes, sir.
Road steamer here. I'm wondering when's the next insurrection, and can we storm the Burger King after this? Like, can we do that? I mean, doesn't he look great now? We were in Danbury the first month together. He looks great. You don't remember me? We were lifting weights and stuff in the weight room. When's the next insurrection? How are we going to do this and stuff, man? You know what? If I'm leaving, I'm having a good time. He looks like Yoda with AIDS right now. Ronnie Road steamer, no political violence, people. This place smells like mothballs.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Elon Musk, as you know, Tulsi Gabbard was a Democrat. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was a Democrat. Elon Musk was a very progressive Democrat. They've all become awakened by the MAGA movement. Today, I think he's one of the strongest supporters of the MAGA movement. He's gone through a awakening that I think very few have come. I totally disagree with many of his positions, particularly about the Chinese Communist Party and others. But as an American, he has done, I think, something very smart. And that is put money in back of grassroots organizations and people to do something simple. And that's, hang on, and that's to get out the vote here in the 2024 election.
So you don't mind someone who would take a check from Adolf Hitler from Trump?
No, what I said is he's gone through a great awakening, right? And I think if you talk to him, he has gone through a great awakening. And I think part of that awakening is understand the power of the MAGA movement and the power of grassroots America. Thanks. Yes, sir.
Please identify
Yeah.
yourself when you ask the question.
Steve Fasciola with Politico. I'm not sure if you saw, but the mayor got indicted while you were away, and there have been members of his legal team who say that his best bet is for a Trump presidency to succeed, and then Trump to pardon the mayor.
So I'll repeat the question so people can hear it. So this is a question about Eric Adams and about he thinks about it Trump's. I have no earthly idea about Eric. Well, not about. I know see what Eric Adams has been charged with, but I don't think. I think it's. I have no earthly idea about that, and all I know is President Trump thinks that New York City, this metropolitan area, is in deep trouble. Right, rising crime. The streets are filthy. I think President Trump has not been a supporter of things doing with Eric Adams, Mayor Adams' administration. So I don't know. You have to. You should ask President Trump that.
Steve,
yes, sir.
What are you going to do over the next? You've got 6 days. You're out now. You've got 6 days between now and the election, and then maybe some period afterwards in which this will be still at stake.
كما نطالب مجلس.
Well, there's a lot of different options. I'm of a strong belief right now. This is New York Magazine asking what myself and War Room's going to do. Obviously, with 7 days or 6 days left, you have to have a convergence of the get out the vote effort. I am not a huge believer in our ability to actually participate in rallies or do rallies, because right now I think President Trump does that great, and he has people along that are going to do rallies in the different states. Our focus is one thing, to make sure that we get as many American citizens either early voting while they can or to the polls next Tuesday. And so our efforts are how to scale that effort like we did today on the show and other efforts behind the scenes. So our thing is to make sure that we're there to scale the vote of get at the vote operations and also on the election integrity. Today we had Bill McGinley, one of the senior lawyers on there, and he's still calling for volunteers. I think there's been 200,000 election integrity volunteers. We need to get people in the counting rooms. We need to get people around the tables to do ballot curing. Okay, so there's still need for that, so we're going to call for that. So our efforts are on the election integrity efforts to where we can be supportive and then get out the vote. Yes, sir. Wait, hang on. Who believes in political violence? That's a loaded question. Of course people don't believe in political violence. I was just a political prisoner of a regime that put somebody in prison for what has been a civil charge throughout the history of the country. I think I've been told I'm the only misdemeanor that's ever been at Danbury Prison. I think I'm the only misdemeanor. They told me when I was on trial in federal court in D.C. that I'm the first misdemeanor at a federal level. You know, CNN reported that wrong the other day. I'm not guilty of a felony. That was a misdemeanor. So, listen, we have to go through this election. And whoever wins the election wins the election. Okay? I think we can show we're pretty powerful in opposition, right? So if whoever wins, wins. But I can tell you right now, it's not Trump that's hiring Mark Elias. It's not Trump's going to the mattresses about election integrity right now. It is Kamala Harris's campaign. And why is she doing that? Because the politics of joy was an epic fail. Now, why was it an epic fail? Because she couldn't take the narrative and actually put together a coherent set of policies that people could understand. And so she's pivoted. She's pivoted worse than Hillary Clinton. She doesn't call people deplorable. She calls them fascist. This rhetoric is dangerous. It's dangerous, and all they're doing is ratcheting it up. And you're going to see the working class people in this country, the middle class people in this country, that are in back of the greatest political comeback in American political history, are going to say, whoever wins this election, wins this election. Yes, sir.
My name is Joe the Box. I'm with the America First Voice. 1,392 days have been since Ashley Babbitt was shot and murdered at the Capitol. 820 days, Mickey Wickoff, Nicole Reffett sit outside the gulag.
Can we get a question?
The question is
Okay.
this, sir.
Yes, sir.
What can we tell them? Because now, 315 in jail, 314 today. What can we tell them to expect?
Here's what I think. If you look downrange for a second of President Trump's second term, that commences on January 20th. Look at what's going to happen. Number one, the debt ceiling. We hit the debt ceiling almost immediately. Number two, you have the expiration of President Trump's tax cuts. Number three, the government runs out of money December 20th. It looks like it's not going to be an omnibus. President Trump has to deal with a massive fiscal crisis, okay, economic and fiscal crisis. In addition, you need to start to do what Kamala Harris failed to do. That's the reason that African American men and Hispanic men are not voting for her and staying away, is that you have to begin the mass deportations of illegal alien criminals. That is in the first couple of weeks of his second term. There are many things that have to happen and many investigations that should take place under the proper structure, apparatuses, and to be adjudicated. And that's going to take time. So I think it's not helpful to tell people this is all going to be done immediately. You have the House, you have the Judiciary Committee, you have the Inspector General's report that hasn't been released in the Attorney General's office. They also, I think, ought to have another J6 committee just like they had before. But this time, the Democrats should have a ranking member and they should have minority counsel. So all documents go to the minority counsel, all witnesses go to the minority counsel, people are cross-examined, and we do it in the right way. But I don't think that that's going to happen right out of the box because we have such huge financial, well, the reality is we have huge financial and sovereignty issues about what's happened to the borders of this country and what's happening to internally in this country. This is why Hispanics are almost at 50-50 with President Trump. This is why African-American men and Hispanic men are not voting for the politics of joy. They see their lives right now are not about the politics of joy. They're about a brutal reality in this country. So I think we have to be very upfront with people of what's facing us and what President Trump and his administration are going to face. And to the degree that we get to those investigations, which we will, it has to be done over time, it has to be done properly, and it has to be done so that the American people see that this was not partisan, that this is not to send Peter Navarro to prison or not to not indict President Trump or former president 92 times, okay, or not to send a guy like Steve Bannon that disagrees with you politically to prison. It has to be done in the right way. Yes, ma'am.
You call yourself a political prisoner? If so, why do you think that you were released then a week before the election? Also, we're in New York. Trump just had a rally at MSG. You said you spent time with Puerto Rican men while in prison. Do you think that those comments by the comedians that spoke before Trump, were they racist and should Trump condemn them?
Can I take the first part of your question first, which is why was I released 7 days before? I think the math works out if you take 120 days from July 1st till today, that's what my sentence was. Remember, the Bureau of Prisons said last week, the Bureau of Prison admitted I was eligible for part of the First Step Act. I should have been out on September 19th, according to the law of the First Step Act. Now, I'm just there on a misdemeanor for 4 months. You have individuals that have been there that are rotting years after their release date, that today don't know the release date for their families. This is destroying families. The First Step Act is not an executive order. The First Step Act is not just some sort of concept. It is a law. And the Justice Department and the Bureau of Prisons are, by criminal negligence, not implementing that law. And they're not implementing that law for one reason. Because to implement it the way it's supposed to be implemented is a massive political victory for President Trump, who's the only individual in this country that stepped up and had true prison reform. And this is one of the reasons that African-American families and Hispanic families think so highly of him. And this is one of the reasons that the queen of mass incarcerations, which is Kamala Harris, is not. Let's talk about the Puerto Rican situation. Why is President Trump, why is Florida no longer a battleground state? One of the reasons, and significant reasons, is the Puerto Rican support of President Trump and his policies. The Puerto Rican people in this country, American citizens, support President Trump and support his policies. Okay? So that some influencer or comedian says something, is it inappropriate? It's definitely inappropriate. Is that the policies of Donald Trump? Absolutely not. If you look at 218 and 219, why is he resonating with Hispanic families almost 50-50? Why with African American men? Because the economic policies of President Trump had blue-collar workers getting higher increases than white-collar workers, non-college graduates getting higher wage increases than college graduates in 218 and 219, with almost zero interest rates and almost zero inflation. Okay, that made more money in their pocket. They understand the economic times were better then. This is one of the reasons that the politics of joy didn't work. And when she pivoted to this dark night in America, it's not working either. They support President Trump, and he's going to get historic numbers. Now, what the comedian said or the influencer said is clearly inappropriate. Okay, but that's not President Trump's policies. President Trump is bringing working class people together. And I can tell you what I saw at Danbury. We're going to move past race. And we're going to get to the discussion about money in this country and who the elites are in this country and who controls this country. Okay? And that is when you're going to see a broad base, even broader base today, populist movement. But thank you. Yes, yes.
I heard what you said about
Who?
Jen Peltz from the Associated Press.
Hey, Jen Peltz.
You said about focusing on get out vote and election integrity, but has former President Trump asked you to campaign with him, and are you going to do that?
Like I said, my focus is on victory next Tuesday at the biggest number possible, because folks, don't think it ends on Tuesday. You don't hire Mark Elias to go to the mattresses if you think it's going to end on Tuesday. This is going to take a while to sort through. Okay, and you can see by the election administration problems in Pennsylvania, you can see what they're talking about in Maricopa County already, about how long it's going to take to count the votes. Right? This is going to go on. So it's most important for President Trump and his followers to make sure that we put up the maximum number possible. And one of the things I don't like, even hearing, is people talking about roles in the administration, or people talking about, oh, let's go try to win the popular vote, or people talking about, oh, we're overconfident. There's a lot of confidence. We should run now like we're 20 points behind and run hard. And that's all my focus is. The way that we can scale that on the war room is what I do. Like I said, President Trump's going to do the rallies. His rallies are spectacular. To me, it's walking precincts. It's working phone banks. It's going door to door. It's sending text messages. Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, has former President Trump asked of you to do behind the scenes in the next week and following that?
I don't want to talk about that, but President Trump, look, back in 2021, when some of the Republican establishment abandoned President Trump, the MAGA movement started to actually get about organization, the precinct strategy and other things like that become organizing principles for him. Right now, the thing that is most important for President Trump and his movement is to have his followers come together in an organized effort, right, to get out as many votes as absolutely possible. And that's the focus in the final 6 days. Remember, normally Thursday before the Tuesday election is when, you know, you get news stories, you get everything. So we have to have people motivated. We have to have people going door to door. All this polling and people talking about, oh, well, Trump always polls 3 points less, that's all theoretical. What we know is that what happens next Tuesday is fact. And the only thing that matters is votes that can be certified from American citizens. And that's what we're focused on. Yes, ma'am.
I like a bit of recidivism right now, Steve, I have to say.
Do you have a message?
But first, as a political person, no. It's so from Tim Miller's own lips, a high degree of recidivism. No, because Kamala Harris, the Biden regime, Merrick Garland, Nancy Pelosi weaponize the justice system in this country against their political opponents. And so if that continues on, right, you may see that. If that continues on, but like I said, I am proud that I went as a political prisoner to Danbury Prison. I served my country on a Navy destroyer in my 20s, and I served my country in a federal prison in my 70s. If you're not prepared to be thrown in prison by this weaponized Justice Department, then you're not prepared to stand up and fight for your country. And I will never back down from that. So thank you, Tim. Yes, ma'am. Wall Street Journal. A message for Europe is that, you know, President Trump's been a great friend of NATO to make sure the NATO alliance is actually funded by countries in Europe. I would say that the populist nationalist movement over there that's on the march, is on the rise, should look at what's happening in the United States of America, particularly against the elites in this country, and how with very little money, every day we're building. Like I said, we're going to move past race here. You're going to see historic numbers, I think, of African American and Hispanic men that do not vote for a Democratic candidate. So we can move past these things that have held us back in the past and get to the sunlit uplands of talking about power and control and money. Yes, ma'am.
Mediaset, Italian television, largest broadcaster in Europe. Follow-up is, why is then Europe looking at these elections as if they were their own, and why are they so afraid of a Donald Trump?
I'm not sure Europeans are so afraid, but that European elites are so afraid. There's a big difference. There's a big difference. Number one, the European elites, the elites and the wealthy in Europe have not paid their fair share. Right? Listen, our defense budget's almost $1 trillion a year. A lot of that goes into NATO and supporting allies throughout the world. That we need our allies to pitch in, particularly the wealthy allies in Europe. Europe does not carry its weight on its defense. And if the Europeans are so concerned about Putin and KGB and the Russians, they're going to have to step up to the plate and be even a bigger part. And President Trump, and Stoltenberg said this, there wouldn't be a NATO today if it was not for President Trump and what President Trump did in assisting NATO to actually start to pay more of its fair share. The European elites, of course they hate Trump because they understand President Trump is a populist nationalist. They understand about what he's talking about is trade. They understand what he's talking about tariffs. They understand he puts American citizens first and he puts American citizens' economic benefit first. So if I was an elite in Europe, yeah, I would be quite concerned about Donald Trump because, number one, it's going to inspire populist movements throughout Europe to actually get off the dime and start winning elections and winning them big. Yes, sir.
Scott with CBS. Can you clarify what you're telling my colleague? What would you encourage Mr. Trump to say on election night before the states are all projected?
When you say the states are all projected, it doesn't make this about the states projected. President Trump, to me, hang on, should go before the American people. Go before the American people, and I thought he should do it last year in 2020 at 11 o'clock at night, not at 2:30 in the morning, and explain to American people where the voting is, right? Where the voting is and what's to come, what is still outstanding. The American people, quite frankly, were quite confused in 2020. They don't need to be confused today. And I think you're going to see some big numbers from President Trump. We've already know that, though, that Pennsylvania and Maricopa County and others are saying it could take a while, but he needs to explain to the American people early on exactly where we are in the voting.
Analysis? So it seems like you're suggesting that Americans should be ready for this to potentially take a few days to know who the winner is.
I don't say that. I believe that Jocelyn Benson in Michigan has said it's going to take a couple of days for Michigan. I believe that people in Maricopa County just said the other day it could take them 4, 5, or 6 days to figure things out. Not just.
Because 4 years ago on election night, you wanted Donald Trump to declare victory. So
Well, hang on. Well, we have made significant changes, and mail-in ballots are not what they were. He told us, Mark Elias told us, that on election night you were going to call it what is the red mirage. But just wait 2 weeks when all votes are counted. He didn't say all legitimate votes. He didn't say all certifiable votes. He didn't say all votes from American citizens. He said all votes. Wait till all the votes are counted. And you can only count certifiable chain of custody votes from American citizens. Okay, so we don't want to have a replay of 2020. Changes have been made. I don't think enough changes have been made, but it's election officials in Pennsylvania, it's election officials in Maricopa County, it's election officials in Michigan that are saying right now, and I think some of those election officials are Democrats, some are Republicans, that they don't think that this is going to be, that they don't think they're going to be able to give definitive numbers for a couple of days. But it doesn't mean President Trump can't go out there and explain to people exactly where this is, and I strongly advocate that he does. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mark Halpern, two-way.
Hey, Mark Halpern, how you doing?
Appraise the strengths of the Harris campaign, and if you would, just kick through the battleground states and say how you see each one of them.
I think the Harris campaign, and I believe this comes from the anti-democratic forces inside the Democratic Party, in shifting out when President Biden was taken off in 10 days off the ballot. It seemed to me at the time that they should have some sort of mini primary, so that people like Governor Pritzker and Whitmer and Newsom and Shapiro, whoever else, wanted to jump in here and actually make the case in some sort of period of time up until the convention, could actually go and make a case of what they stand for. She started with this incoherent politics of joy. And she understands that you can't, she wasn't getting traction on this. And that's why she pivoted. She needed to take 1 or 2 at most topics like President Trump's Make America Great Again, or President Trump's Secure the Border, or President Trump's Bring Jobs Back from China. Take 1 or 2 things that resonate with this country and working class people and drive it every day. You haven't seen that. That's why now she's talking about people being fascists and people being this. I think right now, President Trump, just like in 16, right, we have a chance to win the states we won in 16, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, if the grassroots delivers. And I think maybe even throw in Nevada, which we didn't win in 16. I think President Trump could get up to over 300 electoral votes if people are focused today. And I think the Harris campaign it's not focused, and it's particularly not focused on issues that are obviously at the highest levels of the American people. So I think if the job of the grassroots is done, and this is why I'm not sure it's important for me to go to a rally with President Trump or go to a rally with other people, but to do the work that you need to have done to make sure those votes get out there so that there's no question, even if some things happen on ballot counting over, that we have gotten big enough margins that the votes that remaining were bigger, we have bigger margins than the votes outstanding remaining.
I asked you about her strengths, and you just listed weaknesses. Does her campaign have any strengths?
I think, for people that align with progressive values, right, I think Vice President Harris has spoken to those values. I don't think she did it in a way that could broaden out to a general election, but clearly she's Vice President of the United States. She's been a U.S. Senator, right? She clearly has strengths. She's proven that in the past. I don't think she's done it in this regard. And I think some of her strengths, particularly in areas that she should have been in, like in sitting in the Situation Room and knowing this, when Brett Baer asked her a week ago, what is the number one geopolitical threat to the United States? What is the United States' number one competitor on the world stage? And she instantaneously said Iran. And Brett Baer tried to help her, and he says, we know some people say China, hint, hint. She says, oh no, Iran. If you say that Iran is the number one, a regional power is the number one threat to the United States of America, given what the Chinese Communist Party, which is a mortal enemy, not the Chinese people and not the nation of China, but the Chinese Communist Party, a mortal enemy of the United States. If you sit there and want to be commander-in-chief and you say the number one threat when you have a chance to back off and say it's Iran, you're not ready to be commander-in-chief. And clearly you haven't learned anything or anything important in your 4 years as vice president sitting in the Situation Room. Anybody? Yes, ma'am.
Conservative TV station in Europe.
Yes.
I got a question regarding the European issues. The conservatives in Europe view Donald Trump's potential presidency as a whole. I would like to have your comment on that, and I would like you to emphasize on the role of the American polling voters in this issue.
Well, remember, you have conservatives and then you have populists and you have nationalists. I think the populist nationalist wing of those conservative parties, I don't think some of the classic conservatives, just like here in the United States, I think there's elements of the Republican Party that don't see President Trump as an answer. They vehemently disagree with us on tariffs. They vehemently disagree with us on things like the U.S. Steel takeover by Nippon Steel, things that a guy like Fetterman would back, right? So I think some of the classic conservatives don't see President Trump as somebody that represents a policy portfolio that would interest him. But I do think that the populists in those countries do, and I do think the populist nationalists specifically do.
Okay, so we've got time for about one more question. Okay, thank you. I'm so glad you're out. So speaking of the money of politics, New York City spends about
What organization?
Rights, Human Events.
Okay.
Okay, so speaking about the money of politics, New York City spends about $5 billion on illegal aliens. Do you think that was part of the reason why Madison Square Garden, which holds 19,500 seats, had over 200,000 people clamoring to get in, and New Yorkers decked out in MAGA gear? Do you think it's a swing state like Vivek Ramaswamy says in 2024?
I think that you saw that when President Trump went to the Bronx, right? Remember, the elites in this country, the reason there are 10 or 15 million illegal alien migrants or illegal alien here in the United States, the Federal Reserve said this. And now the Congressional Budget Office is saying it, that they had to break the back of inflation, they had to drive down. They focused on wage inflation. And where did they focus on wage inflation? They didn't focus on the investment bankers, and they didn't focus on the lawyers, and they didn't focus on the fat cats in Silicon Valley. They focused on unskilled labor here in the United States, and they were open about it. The Federal Reserve couldn't be more open about it. And that's what happened. Okay, number one. Number two, they tell you now, well, you can't possibly deport anybody, that the GDP has 1% growth because you have another 10 million consumers. The people that are being destroyed by the 10 to 15 million illegal alien migrants are the working class African Americans and Hispanics who are voting for Donald Trump. These people are very smart. And they see their lived experience every day, whether it's in New York City or throughout other major cities in this country and other states, that their lived experience is worse. And their lived experience is worse because of policies of the powerful, the wealthy, and the strong. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thanks. Appreciate you. No.
Thanks, everyone. If everybody could get moving ASAP, we need the room back to do the 5 o'clock show. So I know it's tough, and I know
through meaningful dialogues and negotiations in accordance with international law. We reaffirm our firm belief and faith in the UN Charter, which explicitly sets out the peaceful means by which we can settle international disputes in conformity with the principles of justice and international law. the Philippines reaffirms its full support for the full and immediate implementation of UNSC Resolution 2735 of 2024 and all relevant Security Council and General Assembly resolutions for a comprehensive ceasefire and humanitarian provisions in Gaza. We also welcome the advisory opinion rendered by the International Court of Justice on 19 July 2024. The Philippines reiterates its unwavering support for a two-state solution in accordance with international law and relevant UN resolutions. Both Israelis and Palestinians deserve to live in peace, harmony, and prosperity, and where their rights, aspirations, and security are recognized and upheld. In May, the Philippines supported a General Assembly resolution that upgraded Palestine's rights at the United Nations as an observer state and urged the Security Council to favorably consider Palestine's full UN membership. In this regard, the Philippines supports the creation of the State of Palestine and its acceptance as a full member of the United Nations as soon as possible. Madam President, the Philippines believes that diplomacy remains the cornerstone of achieving lasting peace in the Middle East. We recognize that the conflict can only be resolved through diplomatic engagements and comprehensive negotiations and dialogues rooted in international law. We support steps that would expand the space for meaningful dialogues and negotiations, building trust and mutual understanding and cooperation for peace. In this regard, the Philippines supports the Global Alliance for the Implementation of a Palestinian State and a Two-State Solution, a groundbreaking initiative spearheaded by Saudi Arabia, Norway, and the European Union. The Philippines will participate in the meetings and initiatives of the Global Alliance with a view to realizing the two-state solution as soon as possible. Finally, we reaffirm our full support and confidence in the UN Secretary General and his work. We are confident of his commitment to international peace and security, and his tireless efforts reflect our shared desire for an end to violence and for meaningful dialogue in the pursuit of lasting peace in the Middle East. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie le représentant des Philippines de sa déclaration et je donne maintenant la parole au représentant de la Belgique.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Depuis le début de ce conflit, mon pays, la Belgique, a comme boussole le respect du droit international, et en particulier du droit international humanitaire, seul garant d'une position équilibrée et objective, et qui puisse assurer aux populations civiles la protection dont elles ont cruellement besoin. La mise en œuvre des résolutions de ce Conseil est également cruciale. La plupart des paramètres pour sortir de cette crise ont en effet déjà été définis, certains bien avant les terribles attaques terroristes du 7 octobre 2023. La voie devant mener à la solution à deux États démocratiques, Israël et la Palestine, vivant côte à côte, en paix, à l'intérieur de frontières sûres et reconnues, a été balisée par la résolution 2334. En 2016 déjà, ce Conseil affirmait que le statu quo n'était pas viable. Il enjoignait les parties tant à prévenir et condamner le terrorisme qu'à créer les conditions nécessaires à la promotion de la paix et aux négociations. Les décideurs politiques concernés et autres autorités de facto ont fait le choix d'ignorer ces injonctions. Ils ont fait le choix de mettre en péril la solution à deux États, soit en optant pour la violence ou le terrorisme, soit en cautionnant ou en encourageant la création pourtant illicite de nouvelles colonies de peuplement dans le territoire palestinien occupé, soit encore en faisant le choix délibéré de ne pas investir dans l'option d'une paix globale, juste et durable. Nous avons tous ici dans cette salle assisté au franchissement des lignes rouges, une par une, tout en laissant faire. Madame la Présidente, nous sommes en train de commettre les mêmes erreurs en ce qui concerne la mise en œuvre de la résolution 2735. L'imposition d'un cessez-le-feu immédiat, respecté par toutes les parties, l'accès humanitaire sans entrave et à la hauteur des besoins, et la libération sans condition de tous les otages. Aucun de ces objectifs n'a été atteint, malgré les appels de l'ensemble de la communauté internationale. La même histoire se répète aujourd'hui le long de la ligne bleue. La Belgique se joint aux appels à un cessez-le-feu immédiat de part et d'autre de celle-ci et sur l'ensemble
كهرباء ضعفة
دكتور انت بعد 7 دقايق ليجي دورك يا زلمه. مي ما فيها، هاي المشكلة. قدم أنا بركب فوق بيتي كبير حسن. حجزت الدنيا. كبير حسن فاضي طلعوا معانا. حجزتها البنت راحت $50 شهر. هلا في غرفة ثانية في غرفة ثانية خلاص لاقي لك في غرف معلش العائلة غير عنوان سكايب شيخ. هذا هو ذاته هو نفسه ها تمام. خلاص كثير درجة اهل المنطقة تعرف وين بأي شيء في اغلى مطرح. اذا واحد قال لي هاي كده خليه يولي يدبر حاله يا زلمه. خلينا ندبر حالنا. لك ندبر حالنا. انا بدي احكي بعدين بعطي اللي عندي ما تفكر. لا بالضبط. كثير مرتب ومحترم. عشان هيك حرام حطه عند حدا. لأنه اللي عندي حطير كل شوي بعلي السعر. أنا طرقنا 120 لسه 320 بس غرفتي يعني مثل هون والسيارة. مطبخ كبير. أنا عندي مشكلة. أنا كبير. في جوا تقفل الباب الحديد. بشوف لك يمكن لا طول بالك. هلا اجى مسؤول المربع بالحرب رجع على 2 الجبل نحفل على الجبل. خلص احكي معه بدبرنا. بس لا انا الفوق علي صح. جسوا يا ابن البرنامج اطلبوا جاهز في عجيب العوض لا عيد شفت اسمعوا برضه عيد شفت طويل شو وقت بكره وبعد
الشباب إذا سمحتوا اكتبوا لك أو في فيديو كليبس. Abi buralar kararlı. Tabii tam motor. Birazdan ben reytingleri yükselteceğim abi. Vallahi bir yarım saatte.
Almadı derken yani şöyle ara. Burada yok işte burada. Değişti yani yoksa o başka bir şey değil. Bir ay oldu. Haksızlık kıvamdayız. Yani Niyazi'nin yaşam hali var ya. Yandan ben öyle mevzu için gidiyorum yani. Sobalar nasıl var ya? Vallahi bekliyorum. Evet.
انه في تجارات صدق تجارات
Vallahi artık o almışlar. Ama bir şey söyleyeyim, işin gelemez. Ya Nicosia. Kim geçiyor ya? İslam tamamen hani iş var, çok yoğun demiyor. Sadece bir şey atıp dönmek istiyor. Yani
حاول يخلصوا مرحلة
gündemi kalabalık zaten buraya dönüp bakıyor. Geçen diyorum ya
يعمل زلزال
4-5 gün olaylar. Abi vallahi bir kere gördüm. Onlar bir adet yapamadı. Çok da şey yapmadı. Yanaşmadı. Yanımız biraz oldu. Ondan şey yapıyor. Öyle makara fukara falan filan öyle hiçbir şey yok.
أي مشتقة حتى كان هي قرب من الجميع
yani yaparsın على فترة ondan sonra gittikler ona göre gitti. Yani baksana iş yapamadığım için de bir haz da duyuyor. Enkaz abi, enkaz çek. Ama belki Mehmetlerle dönersin yani neredeyse.
تطلع وين؟ خلص هلا خلص باللي خلص باللي جايين هلا الخازوق يلا
Yanımda değerini yazıyorum saydı bana. Baksana canlı görüntü veriyor.
Adamların emeği boşa gitmesin ya. Benim fayda saysan ne diyor?
Söylüyordum abi. Sigaranın tadını çıkar. Niyazi elinde ayaklarıyla böyle. Zaten takılmıyor evde. Geçen diyor ki, diyorum ki ya söylesene nasıl yapıyorum? Kanka siz de dedim ama karı mı dönüyorsun abi? Öyle mi? Abi var mı isteğin abi? Allah razı olsun. İşin gücün rast gelsin abi. Seviliyorsun, dikkat et kendine. Gözümüz hep arıyor seni. Öyle mi?
Selam diyoruz abi.
İyi, selam söyle abi. Allah'a emanet. Görüşürüz, dikkat et kendine. Hadi sağ ol, hoşça kal abi. Sağ ol.
Doğru. Asla anlasın.
الإمام الشرقي بكرة بيغنوا عليك الأسئلة بس يا خطرنا يا فلان سألونا نحن الناس